Das funktioniert mit dem Mute?
Jo, hoffe ich mal. Also einfach draufdrücken, dann geht's aus.
Ja, genau. Aber nicht lange, sondern.
Ja. Ich würde sagen, die anderen Speaker benutzen dann das, hat es ein festes Mikro.
Wir haben.
Test, test. Can you guys hear me? Awesome. Thanks.
Test.
All right, hello. Sorry for the delay. Setting up a meeting like this is something we have not done in a long time. I'd like to welcome all of you to the beginning of Autumn Congress 2021. I'm Philip. I will moderate this opening ceremony for the next 30 minutes. And yeah, I'm thrilled to do this. We will have 4 speakers, respectively 4 speeches. The first one will be Benji and me, the 2 head organizers of this Congress. Second, we will have our rector of ETH, Professor Sarah Springman. And the third speech will be delivered by Anders Hagström, the head of international affairs of the Office of the President of ETH. And eventually, as the grand final, we will have a speech by the board of EESTEC. And then after a short break, we can start the general meetings. So now I would like to invite Benji to join me in the speech by the Autumn Congress Organizing Committee.
Also welcome from my side, from the side of the ACOC and also from the side of Zurich. We also want to give a special welcome to our rector, Professor Sarah Springman, and Anders Hagström. Thank you for your support for enabling us to do this Congress here in Zurich. Oops. I did not think this one through with the notes. Oh. Thank you. Yes. Also, welcome to all the LCs that are joining online and the people watching the YouTube live stream. Now, the 2 of us, we are overly excited and happy that we can finally, that this is happening. This is the first large after Corona event that takes place. It's also the first Congress that takes place in Zurich in the last 25 years. As a matter of coincidence, the last Congress in '95 here in Zurich, also EESTEC was registered in Switzerland, at the Congress in Zurich, so we are more or less at the same page again. To give you some perspective, '95, I'm born in '98, so this is how long it took. Fingers crossed it won't take this long for the next Congress in Zurich. Well, it's not that we did not try to organize a Congress, but our application was not approved for Spring Congress Organizing Committee in 2015 in Belgrade. But Butch will tell you more about that.
I was already around when we applied for that Congress. And looking back, I'm super happy that our application was not accepted. Because it gave me the opportunity to join that Congress as a participant. It was my first Congress, my first EESTEC event where I joined as a participant and not as an organizer. And that Congress had a huge impact on me. It was a great trigger for a lot of personal development, and also it helped me understand EESTEC and organizations. The first example I'd like to mention is it gave me a chance to practice public speaking. Back then I was absolutely terrified and would not have been as relaxed as I'm now. I'm still not super relaxed, but much better than it would have been. Now, for, let's say, the content of General Assemblies, it gave me a chance to actually understand EESTEC. At least I think I do so right now. Usually you're not that much in touch with the organizational side of EESTEC because you focus on local activities. But discussing EESTEC, what EESTEC is, how EESTEC works on a bigger scale, that is something you often only do intensely during Congress. And that not only helped me understand EESTEC, but also the larger picture, let's say, because just like a lot of other examples, EESTEC is a democracy. And understanding that, what a democracy means, is not that easy. Initially, I thought EESTEC, okay, it's what's defined in our statutes. Or maybe it's what the board says it is. But eventually, it's more of a, bottom-up thing. It's based on the mutual desire of local associations to work together on a larger scale, to contribute to something, to a greater good. And now for the role of the statutes, this is nothing but the written joint commitment of these associations. And every time you as the General Assembly gather and you don't make changes, you accept these statutes again. You commit to what they mean. So this is a huge responsibility for the General Assembly, and we're confident that you will make a lot of good decisions in the coming week. And it's similar also for democracies for countries. One example that kind of I thought was similar is the Rüttlischwur, the famous process of how Switzerland was founded. It was individuals gathering somewhere on a nice meadow and deciding, yes, we will defend each other. We will stand together and support each other if needed. And this is basically what local committees also do. If one local committee is not able to organize a congress, for example, then we get donations. And we did this time. And this is something I think is absolutely amazing in EESTEC. So this also means that EESTEC International is not a standalone organization. It can't survive without branches, without members. I like to look at it as a tree. EESTEC International is the trunk that is somewhere in the center that everyone is attached to. The branches of EESTEC, well, they are the branches of the tree. And the members, the individuals, are the leaves of this tree. Looking at it, an individual tree, an individual leaf on a tree doesn't seem important at all. But if there's too many missing or none at all, then this tree will die. And it also seems like this individual impact is neglectable. But if after a winter, there's not one first leaf stepping up and starting to collect sunlight, this tree will eventually also die. So this requires initiative of all of you. In theory, you're not here as individuals, you're representing your branches. But let's not kid ourselves. If you're physically here, you're not stepping up, discussing things, then this GM will not work. And I already mentioned what an impact EESTEC and General Assemblies had on me. It will have a great impact on you, and you have a chance to have a great impact. So use this power you have and try to use it for the good. Try to show some initiative. One great thing you can achieve is, for example, organizing an autumn congress. And we still don't have an organizing committee for the next year, so please consider.
Speaking of an autumn congress organizing committee, how did it came to be that we decided in Zurich, yeah, let's organize a congress? So it all happened at the last online autumn congress when we were sitting there dreaming about how it would not be nice to have all the internationals back again here in Zurich. We ran some numbers and they looked promising. So, and as time went on, nobody inside of the association stepped up to organize the congress. So we brought our idea in front of the LC. The LC decided in favor to continue this endeavor. Now, the Congress is a large event, and it is too large for LC Zurich to pull through on our own. So that's why we asked our parent association, AMIF, for support. And while we need that support financially, was always also the plan to bring together the local level with AMIF and the international level with EESTEC closer together. So during this week, we are proud to present you, besides the Corona restrictions, which do not allow for a lot of play, a Swiss night, a session, as well as the city rally, open for all members of both associations. So that said, we have the support of AMIF. We continued the organization. It wasn't always easy. Corona, you know how it goes. But eventually, together with the board of EESTEC, AMIF, and ETH, and every member of LC Zurich, we're finally here. Now, these LC Zurich members, their support is still going strong right now. They're running around setting up your accommodation. They ensured that you have food before. That's why you only see 2 of them right now up front here. So to summarize, we had a situation where we organized a Congress. It wasn't looking optimal, but it was opportunity. We, LC Zurich, together with the local association, decided to take that opportunity and go for it. And now we stand here, finally, in front of EESTEC, which is united again after 2 years. Now, what to take away from this for you? We would love to see you continue venturing for new opportunities. And once you find them, you take them, you realize them. And once they're realized, continue to motivate others to follow your example.
Yes, and these are great closing words. So I will only say thank you for coming here, for dedicating your own time, your free time to EESTEC, and let's do something great with it. A special thank you to our 2 special guests here up front. You will hear them next. Just one more closing remark from the ACOC. Your time here is short. Please enjoy it and make use of it. Make the best of it for yourself and for EESTEC. Thank you. So next, I'd like to ask our rector at ETH, Professor Sarah Springman, please come to the front. Thank you.
Well, hello everybody. Lovely to see you. And it's great to hear the history of EESTEC and understand a little bit how everything all comes together. So, dear participants of the Congress, I think they're that way. Dear members of the local association, that's also that way as well.
Yes.
And the board, which is on my right. So, I believe I'm opening the Congress. So, on that note, allow me please to open the Congress. And welcome you all here to ETH Zurich. And I understand there are 45 member cities, European cities, represented here today. So I'm here on behalf of our executive board. We have now 7 in our executive board. And I'm just going to say something, if I may. As you can imagine, for an eidgenössische technische Hochschule that Anders is going to tell you about in a few moments, but he is very important to take a share of that. We had a real problem in our executive board because it used to be 5 people and the Secretary General. And there was one woman. Okay, there we go. I'm online. Can you hear me? Hello, everybody. Yes. Okay, wonderful. Great. Thank you. So that's why they were making frantic signs at the back there. I'm so sorry. So I apologize profusely to all those online. Nobody gave me this thing in my hand, you know. You have to do that. You have to mobilize the rectors, because otherwise they have no idea. And you trust us to run a university, you guys. Actually, we're not too bad at that, are we? No, I don't think we're too bad at that. Okay, fine. So anyway, dear members of the Congress, dear members of the local associations and the board, it's a wonderful pleasure to open your Congress here today. I think it's really important that you are, so many of you are here in person, all beautifully wearing your masks in a very proper way. Thank you very much for doing that, because this is also important. We want to make sure we keep going with our teaching. And I understand that EESTEC has 2 reasons to celebrate this year. And apart from your this first event of coming together after the pandemic, although the pandemic is not yet behind us, at least we're managing that, I think, very well. You're celebrating your 35th birthday. So I would quite like to be 35 again, I have to say, but that's all very good. And our local organizing committee was, in fact, I understand, a founding member. So also, you will be celebrating that as well, but I understand you've decided to move your headquarters to probably the most expensive city in Europe. Are you really sure about this? Anyway, you're moving to Zurich, which is also, I'm sure, a great decision. And probably I'm paying you some money to, am I paying any money towards it? Yes, we're paying some money. All right, there you go. So just thought I'm checking, you know, but we like to support these things. So I'm going to, before I wish you all the very best, I'm just going to say one thing. I didn't completely finish my story about the executive board, did I? Because I was rudely interrupted because I wasn't talking into the machine. So going backwards, we had an executive board at the end of sort of midway through last year that had 5 people on it and a secretary general. And there was one woman in those 5, and that was me. It got a bit sort of, you know, lonely at times. But then our president had a brilliant idea and said, we need to both extend the board, and those 2 members need to be female. So now if we count our Secretary General, who's also female, we are 4 plus 4. So I'm just looking to my right here, guys, having already given them a bit of a hard time earlier on by saying, this is what a manel looks like, an M-A-N-E-L, a male panel. So I'm teasing them a bit, but you guys have to think about your statutes to make sure that there is always a woman elected onto your board. Now, maybe they're running around doing all the caring for people. Is that right? No? Yes? No? Not really. Okay, good. So allow me, please. I'm going to tell you one more story, which I'm not really supposed to tell you about. I want to tell you a story about me a little bit. I was an elite athlete. I won tons of competitions, probably in all of your countries, you know, which I never raced in Greece, but I did in Spain. And I found it more valuable and more inspirational afterwards when I was allowed to become a sports politician. And I helped to get our sport into the Olympic Games, the Paralympic Games, and the Commonwealth Games, which is not really so relevant here in Europe. And for me, that was really something valuable to do. And as a result of that, it got me, I'm sure those skills were what allowed me to become rector today. My first action with the International Triathlon Union, I was a swimmer, biker, and runner, was to co-chair the Women's Commission. And I wrote the action plan with my teammates, and it was about equality of opportunity, recognition, and reward for women in triathlon with the men, right? So you have to do it together, but we then changed the rules of our constitution to make sure there were always women elected onto our board. And in fact, triathlon is the only summer Olympic sport that has a female president and a female IOC member. So I just want to say that is the result of that hard work we did in the very late 90s, very early 90s. So this is a story I wasn't going to tell you about today, but since I've been mobilized by our dear chaps over here, I just want to share with you, please try and have not only country diversity, but also gender diversity, because I think what I've seen in our executive board since we've become really equal has been that the quality of the discussions has been really elevated. And I'm sure the decisions we've taken have also been just as good. So on that note, I will now shut up and put my mask on and wish you all the very best. Have a lovely time. Enjoy Zurich, the city, and hopefully you've got some parties on. Yes?
Yes.
Not allowed to know about that. All right. Well, I hope you have some parties on anyway, because I was a student once and I enjoyed parties then as well. Take care. Have a lovely time, as well as all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our rector. This was, I think, for everyone very interesting, and we're honored to have you here. I hope I can well, calm you down a bit. This board is a statistical outlier. In the last year, we always had a lot of women in the board. Usually they were even in the majority.
Well, you should defend the men as well. It should be, you know, at least.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody. Have a lovely time. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much
Well
for
done.
attending.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, and now our third speaker, Anders Hagström. Thanks a lot. And yes, please use the microphone. Looks good now.
Thank you very much, Philip, for the introduction. Dear students, very warm welcome to ETH Zurich also from my side. My background is in electrical engineering, so I'm particularly pleased, grateful for the opportunity to welcome you here. I wanted to say a few words about ETH to give you a very brief glimpse of the institution that is hosting you for this meeting. And I wanted to share a video. Let's see if it works. No sound. I probably need to go and.
You need to reshare this.
Yeah, with the, I think I forgot to. Stop it. Stop share and share screen and share sound. Yes, there we go. That is ETH Zurich in 100 seconds. There is actually nothing more to add. Or maybe I should pick up on what Rector Springman said about the abbreviation acronym ETH, the Eidgenössische Technische Hochschule, translates literally into Federal Technical High School. And as you saw in the video, it's not only about engineering, it's about natural sciences, basic sciences as well, but engineering is the main the main content of what ETH does. I think 40% of staff and students are enrolled in the engineering department, engineering programs, and electrical engineering, the Department of Information Technology and Electrical Engineering is the third largest of our departments. So I don't want to keep you from your meeting any longer. I wish you a very good stay at ETH. I hope you see something of the institution, but I also hope that you see something of Zurich and enjoy your time here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the brief introduction to ETH. It's always lovely to see these videos. I always really enjoy them. And thank you for being here, for using your time to introducing representatives from all the 45 branches that are present here.
And thank you for your hard work.
Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. And now for the last part, for the finale of the opening ceremony, please give a welcome to our board. Oh, sorry. I think I've lost the connection. Now it works.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Wow. 2 years, hasn't it? Right? Since the last Congress we had, last live Congress, right? Wow. It's been too long. It's been too long, I'll be honest. I still remember the last Congress I attended live, the Spring Congress in Athens. It was actually my first event. The thrill, the emotions, the unforgettable experiences that I'm getting, that I got actually from Spring Congress in Athens, is something that really defined my life, and it was a turning point in my international life and in my EESTEC life. So yeah, I really want to welcome you to this Autumn Congress. It is something that we as board have really been collaborating with the ACOC, and we really want to give you all participants that unforgettable experience, that turning point in your life that really makes you challenge and get further. That's actually why we have been thinking of, we have designed some sessions for you, concerning education, so that you can really advance forward and really grow and help the association back. This Autumn Congress cannot be possible without many people we as the board want to thank. We want to thank the ACOC for being so wonderful and being able to manage to do so many things. We also want to thank AMEF and EDH for supporting LC Zurich in this titanic task and providing the rooms and the means for this Congress to happen. I also want to thank all the badcams that are attending this Congress and are really supporting us in this moment. And finally, I really want to thank all of you representatives that are attending live and that are attending online for really joining this Congress, joining this opportunity of discussion. It really is a really truly thank you. So just to keep it short, I really want to welcome you to this wonderful moment of discussions, of important decisions, and of a key moment in the history of EESTEC. Welcome to the 6th Autumn Congress. I believe.
Thank you for the speech. Thank you, Javi. Thank you to the whole board. With this, we commence the opening ceremony. We hope you found it interesting. And yeah, thank you again for being here. And have a good GM now. Yeah, thank you. We will have a short 2-minute break to set everything up, and then the GM starts.
No? 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. I guess we are also heard on Zoom. Everyone who's not on the registered on the voting platform, which will be proposed by our lovely ACOC, or was actually on the CP list. Everyone who's not registered on the voting platform or is not part of the GM chat rules Telegram chat have to spend this technical break doing exactly this. So please refer to proposal of the ACOC on the electronic voting. There you have all the instructions on registering on the platform and yeah, basically link to the Telegram chat. And we need that to proceed with the general meeting. So please do it ASAP. Thank you. Okay, I would kindly ask you to get back to your seats if possible and get ready so we can start soon. For people in the Zoom call joining us online, it would be lovely if you could turn on your cameras so we can see you. And also to put information on like who do you represent in your name in the Zoom call. So basically how some of the some people do stating their LC or their position. And if we are all ready, I believe we are. Yes, I would also like to welcome you all to this meeting. For those of you who might not know me, I'm Bartek, the treasurer. Hello. I'm very happy to be here. I'm so happy that I'm almost speechless right now. You can hear that. And yes, this is one technical information. On Friday there will be a general meeting of Autumn Congress of EESTEC Delft, and now I am happy to open the general meeting of Autumn Congress 2021 in Zurich of EESTEC Zurich. Thank you. The first thing we have to do, will be proposal from the ACOC on electronic voting.
Dear General Assembly, I'm Benji, ACOC, and I propose to use the platform we shared earlier on the CP list.
Thank you. I hope you all are registered and have access to the platform, but actually before we start using the platform, we need to vote upon the proposal. Therefore, I would like to proceed with attendance check. For this bullet, we will have basically we will check attendance, and at the same time, while the attendance, I will ask every LC, like I will call every LC name, and after that, I would like to say that you are present, and say if you are in favor, against, or abstained regarding this proposal. We will do basically open ballot, both attendance check and voting at the same time. Another information, we will make this decision with absolute majority. Are the scrutinizers ready? Yes, I hope so. Okay. LC Aachen. Please, if you could like try to speak as loud as possible, because we are. Okay. Okay, I will. Never mind. We will have a microphone being passed to you so that we can all hear it clearly and everything is clear. So again, starting from the beginning, LC Aachen.
Jarek from LC Aachen, we are in favor.
LC Ankara.
Hello, I am representative for LC Ankara.
could you please say your name and state if you are in favor, against, or abstained?
I am Omar and I'm not against.
I would ask you to clearly state if you are in favor, against, or abstained.
I am abstained.
LC Athens.
I would like to repeat this question, please. Because we're taking this,
Yes, LC Athens, we are voting on electronic voting proposal shared by ACOC on the CP list. Please state your name and if you are in favor, against, or abstained regarding this
yes, Marita from LC Athens, I'm in favor.
Thank you. LC Aveiro.
And Augusto LC Aveiro, and we are in favor.
LC Banialuka. LC Banialuka. Absent. LC Belgrade.
Daria from LC Belgrade, we are in favor.
LC Bucharest.
Andrei, LC Bucharest, we're in favor.
LC Budapest. LC Budapest. Absent. LC Craiova.
Catalina from LC Craiova, we are in favor.
LC Delft. LC Delft. Absent. LC Duisburg. LC Duisburg. Also absent. LC East Sarajevo. LC East Sarajevo. Also absent. LC Eskişehir.
Eren, LC Eskişehir, and we are in favor.
LC Istanbul.
Başak from LC Istanbul, we're in favor.
LC İzmir.
Merve from LC Izmir, we are in favor as well.
LC Karlsruhe.
Eric from LC Karlsruhe, we are in favor.
LC Krakow.
Marcin, LC Krakow, we are in favor.
LC Lille.
Louis for LC Lille, we are in favor.
LC Ljubljana.
Nate, LC Ljubljana, and we are in favor.
LC Madrid. LC Madrid. Absent. LC Milan.
Stefano, LC Milan, we are in favor.
LC Munich.
Kutay, LC Munich, we are in favor.
LC Niš.
Paul from LC Niš, we are in favor.
LC Novi Sad.
Dušan from LC Novi Sad, we are in favor.
LC Patras.
Lampros from LC Patras, we are in favor.
LC Podgorica.
Filip Marinovic, we are in favor.
LC St. Petersburg.
Alex from LC St. Petersburg. We are in favor.
Could you please repeat?
We are in favor. Alex from LC St. Petersburg.
Thank you. LC Sarajevo.
Tarek from LC Sarajevo, we are in favor.
LC Skopje.
Bogdan from LC Skopje, we are in favor.
LC Tampere.
Alexi from LC Tampere, we are in favor.
LC Thessaloniki.
From LC Thessaloniki, we are in favor.
Please use the microphone.
Mikhail from LC Thessaloniki, we're in favor.
LC Tirana. LC Tirana. LC Trieste. LC Trieste. LC Tuzla.
Damir from LC Tuzla, we are in favor.
LC Xanti.
Tassos from LC Xanthi, we're in favor.
LC Zagreb.
Ivana from LC Zagreb, we're in favor.
LC Zurich.
Jacob from LC Zurich, we're in favor.
Thank you. And with that, we finished the voting. Scrutinizers, if you could please share the results.
Let me search screen. Oh, okay. Okay, so VCAA, Konstantinos, we are 28 in favor, 1 abstain. Out of the 30, yeah, out of the 29 that were present.
Thank you. With that, we conclude that the proposal on the electronic voting platform passes. We will use the platform during this general meeting. Technical from the board.
Technical, Atanas from the board. As I have just observed that a few people put down their masks for speaking to the microphone. The purpose of the microphone is to be able to hear you with the mask. So please, for your own safety and for the safety of all others in this Congress, do not remove your mask when speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope all the representatives are registered in the platform also, because we should stick with that. I would like to remind that during this general meeting we will not use hand rules, we will use chat rules in the Telegram channel. Please use that. Thank you. So going on, I hope everyone is registered on the electronic voting platform. If not, we will probably tackle this issue later on when the next voting happens. And with that, we can move to another point, which is election of the General Assembly Chairperson. ACOC, could you please propose a candidate?
Benji, ACOC, we would propose Chiara as the GA chair from LC Milan.
Okay, I guess our chairperson candidate wants to say a few words, right?
Hello, everyone. Hope you can hear me. I'm Chiara from LC Milan, and I am the GHR candidate for this Congress. So just very briefly, on my behalf, I have quite some years of experience locally in LC Milan. I was in the local board for 3 years. I was very active both locally and internationally. I'm current IT team leader for this mandate. On my side, I also have lots of experience, both from the legal point of view, being a participant, a visual participant in many of the past congresses. I have facilitated many sessions locally. We have also very large GMs usually, and I facilitated those. And I also have I have in general lots of experience both locally and internationally. So yeah, this is very briefly. I don't know if there's questions or I can. Okay, thank you.
I see no questions in the chat, therefore we would also like to ask ACOC to propose candidates for the rest of the GA staff.
NG ACOC. So for GHR staff, for secretaries, we would propose Tatiani and Konstantinos. And for the minutes editors, Dorothea, Georgos, and Gonzalo. And for the scrutinizers, Patti and Ekaterina.
Okay, now if there are any questions or replies to this bullet, I would take them. If not, we will proceed with the voting procedure. This would be the first voting procedure using the electronic platform. So I would ask Konstantinos, our scrutinizer at the moment, to maybe make sure that everyone knows how will we proceed with the voting procedure from the technical point of view. That is an issue. Therefore, we would like to ask everyone to make sure that they have followed instructions from the ACOC, they registered on the voting platform, and they filled the form sent in that email so that they have access to the voting platform. Technical.
Can you hear me? Okay. We are checking right now who is registered and who is not. And we need a couple more minutes for that. And after that, we will contact who is not in order to make sure that they are on the platform.
Okay, then we will have 4 minutes technical break. Please don't leave your seats at the moment unless it's really necessary. And make sure that you have access to the platform. Could we maybe show how it should look like when people have access or something? In the meantime, we have a new topic, I assume, from the board.
That was not a new topic. Atanas, from the board. As we have some minutes of time until everything is set up, I would like to speak on behalf of not the board, but the two previous ACOCs. As right now the situation is following. We don't have any candidates, any applicants for the next Autumn Congress organizing committee. This has quite a lot of consequences for us all, for you, for EESTEC. And I wanted to share some words of motivation for the next one. Because these are trying times. These are times where it's really difficult to plan ahead. These are times where it's difficult to mobilize enough people in your branch that are motivated and brave enough to take on this endeavor. So, what was our story? Well, back in 2019, when the German branches decided to organize AC, in Spring Congress, the Spring Congress right before the AC, because the ACOC dropped out and there was no backup. And we managed. We managed in 4 months. With the GM hall collapsing 4 days before the event, we still managed to have the last live Autumn Congress. Then Munich applied for the next Autumn Congress, and COVID hit us. We had to move everything online. Our branch was in a really bad spot. We pulled through. There was an Autumn Congress online, with me as half absent ahead organizer because of my ambassador position, but it happened, and we had the Congress. We continued. This is not a message for you to be half absent at your own Congress. This is a message to you to step up, to think about the possibility of organizing the next Autumn Congress and continuing our association the way it should be. Thank you a lot. Applications are still open.
Technical from the board.
PCAA, Konstantinos Kotorenes. We are missing LC Sarajevo only at the moment. I have texted you where you can find how you can join. So please join so that we can proceed with the voting.
LC Sarajevo, are you working on that?
I am. Just give me a second. Sorry.
Okay. We'll wait a moment longer. there was supposed to be attendance check feature of the platform, but for this moment it's not working for some reason. We will then proceed with again manual attendance check. We will try to make it quick, just to make sure, because now we will be using the platform. So let's make sure once again that everyone is here. Therefore, we will proceed with the attendance check. Are we ready to mark the attendance? Yes, we will try to improve on that to make the voting procedures easier later on. But for now, we need to stick with that. Let's wait for the scrutinizer to grab a microphone, and we can proceed with an attendance check. Elsie Aachen. Please turn the microphone on.
Jarek LC Aachen here.
Elsie Ankara.
Omar LC Ankara here.
Elsie Athens. Elsie Athens, we are doing the attendance check. Please state whether you are here or not.
Yes, we're here, Elsie Athens.
Elsie Aveiro.
And Augusto, Elsie Aveiro here.
Elsie Banialuca. Elsie Banialuca. Elsie Belgrade.
Daria Elsie Belgrade here.
Elsie Bucharest.
Andrei Elsie Bucharest here.
Elsie Budapest. Elsie Budapest. Elsie Krajowa.
Catalina Elsie Krajowa here.
Elsie Delft. Elsie Delft. Elsie Duisburg. Elsie Duisburg. Elsie East Sarajevo. Elsie East Sarajevo. Elsie Eskişehir.
Eren LC Eskişehir here.
Elsie Istanbul.
Başak Elsie Istanbul here.
Elsie İzmir.
Merve Elsie İzmir here.
Elsie Karlsruhe.
Like Elsie Karlsruhe, we are here.
Elsie Krakow.
Marcin LC Krakow here.
Elsie Lille.
Louis LC Lille here.
Elsie Ljubljana.
Nate Elsie Ljubljana here.
Elsie Madrid. Elsie Madrid. Elsie Milan.
Stefano LC Milan here.
Elsie Munich.
Kutay Elsie Munich here.
Elsie Niš.
Pavle LC Niš present.
Elsie Novi Sad.
Dušan Elsie Novi Sad here.
Elsie Patras.
Lambros Elsie Patras here.
Elsie Podgorica.
Elsie Podgorica here.
Elsie St. Petersburg.
Alex and LC St. Petersburg here.
Elsie Sarajevo.
Tarek from LC Sarajevo here.
Elsie Skopje.
Ognen LC Skopje here.
Elsie Tampere.
Aleksi Elsie Tampere here.
Elsie Thessaloniki.
Michael from LC Thessaloniki with here.
LC Tirana. LC Tirana. LC Trieste. LC Trieste. LC Tuzla.
Damir from LC Tuzla here.
LC Xanti.
Tassos from LC Xanthi here.
LC Zagreb.
Ivana LC Zagreb here.
And LC Zurich.
Jacob, LC Zurich here.
Thank you. We have 29 branches present. Now, I believe board member scrutinizer for now, Konstantinos, will explain how we will proceed with the voting. A reply?
ACAA, Konstantinos Kotorenis. I would like to screen share how the voting will look. I think this is the correct one. Okay. So it will be one vote, and one poll, and we'll have different votes for all GA staff. You will see them like this. So in order to find them, you go to Vote IT on upcoming Autumn Congress 2021, and I will soon move it to ongoing, and I will make it so that everyone can see them. So please state if you can see the votings on the upcoming on your screens. If someone cannot, please write technical. Or on the screen of your device, not on the screen share. Okay. So I'm going to open the vote. Okay. Wait a second. Okay, now you can see it on ongoing, and I'm going to enable everything on ongoing, and you can vote. So now you can vote.
I'm really sorry to disrupt, but we have 30 eligible voters on the platform. Okay, no, but okay. 30 eligible voters on the platform and only 29 branches present. Therefore, we need to fix that. This vote would not be valid.
So we should repeat the voting. I should create again. So I need the technical of 4 minutes to create again the voting.
Okay, we will have a short technical break. Could you please, to make it simpler, we can vote on all of the GA stuff bundled. So just create one vote for the 29 eligible voters to vote on the GA stuff as a whole. Thank you. Technical. The vote, I believe, was closed, deleted, and there will be a new one created.
Okay, probably you can see again the voting, but it's not yet open. So, where should it go? What? Oh. No, you must be able to see, and I will screen share. Okay. and I will move it to ongoing. So now you can vote. We are missing 2 more branches. 1 more. Okay, complete. Yes. Okay. And so results. So you can hear me, right? 29 approve, 0 deny, 0 abstain.
Thank you. With that, we accepted the GA staff candidates proposed by the ACOC. And we will have 2 minutes technical break for the newly elected GA staff to take their place. And I will gladly stop speaking and leave that to Chiara. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. First of all, thank you for your trust. I would just like to go over a few short rules to make sure that these GMs are as effective as possible. So firstly, for the people that are connected online, please make sure that you change your name to something that also contains the entity that you represent. There's going to be lots of people connected, so please do that to ease our job. Keep the communication channel clean. This is for everyone. Use it only for the for questions, replies, technicals, new topics. Also, I would like you to remember what most of you heard during your preparation meeting today. To try to be proactive. This is the most important thing. to be on time, especially when we have breaks, and especially technical breaks. Technical breaks are mostly for us and are going to be very short. And I would like you all to try and be back on time. And to try and be back on time means that when the GM starts, you will have not only to be seated, but also to be ready to start working. Besides this, also remember to state your name and entity you represent whenever you speak. And remember that you speak on behalf of your entity. So usually when you speak in plural, not singular. And finally, I'd like you also to remind you that you are going to be representing your entity also outside of GEMS. This means that your behavior should work accordingly. You need to behave just like that. You have to behave as if you're representing your branch or your team or your project for the whole time. And this said, I'd say we can proceed with the agenda. We have a new topic from the board.
Javier, Chairperson, before we start with the agenda, I have an important statement to make. After several days of thinking and really reflecting on the progress of the association so far, I unfortunately have to announce my formal resignation from the association. I unfortunately had circumstances that have changed and that no longer are favorable for me to allow to spend time on EESTEC and to advance the association. I could have resigned any other moment, but for my love I have for the association, I have decided to do it in a moment where all the votes and possible legal outcomes could be easily resolved. In a moment where all the branches are present.
Okay. Reply from the board.
Bartek from the board. I'm pretty sure you all have a lot of questions, and we as the board will answer all of them or try to answer all of them. Just to clarify some things, this decision was previously shared with the rest of the board. We are aware of that. We spent last recent time preparing the formal procedure for this general meeting, how we can proceed in the current situation. Yes, I believe that this is very unexpected for all of you, and one thing that for sure has to be said here, we are ready, like the rest of the board, to proceed with our work. We discussed that already. We would like, in general, in this general meeting, we will have, for formal reasons, chairperson elections, because we need someone to be in the chairperson position. So we will proceed with the legal aspect of that soon after. Basically, that's like the general idea here from my side. It's this. Maybe if someone else wants to add something else. If not, then you can obviously ask any questions you have on your mind right now, or else I will also present the whole legal procedure that we prepared together with the supervisory board.
Thank you. We have a technical from the board. Oh, sorry. Technical from the secretaries.
One, two, three. Okay. Okay. Secretary Konstantinos, please keep in mind that in order for us secretaries and minutes editor to do our job, we need to hear you well, and please be loud and clear when you speak. Please try to speak as loud as you can so that it will be easily understandable from all the representatives and the AGA staff. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have a new topic, Elsie Krakow.
Marcin, LC Krakow. Given the following circumstances, we would like to propose the suspension of ROP. Okay, not now. We are canceling our new topic.
Thank you, Elsie Krakow. Reply from the board.
Okay. Yeah, I guess at this point there is really no point. Like trying to show that this was basically going to the legal procedure. There are some bullets of the ROP that have to be suspended in order for the chairperson elections to be held during this Congress. LC Krakow will propose that in a moment, I believe. I just wanted to make that clear right now. We also are aware that because of that, we'll be very short on time. Therefore, we will need to drop many bullets of the agenda. So part of the proposal will be also to allow not including suspension warnings in the agenda. At the same time, from the treasurer side, as I was late with like sending the financial report and budget change proposal, this is like the other thing that me and I believe LC Krakow would like to suspend the ROP bullet regarding this deadline so we could include budget changes proposal also in the agenda. Yes, so please, LC Krakow, proceed with your proposal.
Marcin, LC Krakow. So now we would like to suspend the following sections and points of ROP. Section 11.1.2, bullet 3, section 4.2.2, election bullet 1, section 4.2.2, election bullet 3. Those ROP bullets and sections will allow us to hold chairperson election during this Congress.
Okay, if there is no other reply, question, or new topic, I think we can proceed to vote on the proposal. Is the proposal okay? Reply from the board.
Yes. Atanas from the board. Yes, we are in a shock, but this reply is quickly to explain why this all has to be done. The association cannot stand without a chairperson. This is legally binding. That is why we need to have chairperson elections on this Congress, which is why we have to suspend all of these precious bullets of our RP. This should, and this is for the people that are not experienced with Congresses, this should not be the case in a regular circumstance. The RP and the statutes are there for us to follow them. And besides very extreme circumstances, like this one is, this should not be standard procedure. In any case, this is needed so we can, as an association, continue to exist. I hope that cleared it up a bit for some. Thank you.
Thank you. So are there any further questions on the topic, or can we proceed with the vote? So since I see there's no further reply, and since we had no breaks since the last voting, I'd say we can proceed with voting on the proposal. Okay, you see the proposal here on the screen. Technical from SC Belgrade.
Daria, LC Belgrade. I cannot send messages in GM communication Telegram. Thank you.
Can you please check now? Great. New topic, LC Belgrade.
Daria, LC Belgrade. So these are the huge news, so we will need time to think about this and ask questions. So can we get some time for that?
Okay, you can have a 5-minute break, but please don't leave the room. Also, I'd like to remind you that per our schedule, we have a scheduled coffee break in 10 minutes. So you can also use that time to discuss the proposal. In the meantime, if you have questions, please use this time to ask such questions. So reply from the board. Reply from the board, guys.
Atanas from the board. So we understand completely how many questions you might have and how much time you might need for questions. But because the time in this room is limited, we would like to ask if we could take first the voting for suspending the bullets that are needed to exist as an association and to continue to exist as an association after AC. Because no matter the outcome of your question round, we will need to suspend those bullets to have elections for a new chairperson. The resignation has been done, and we need to continue, or we are dissolving the association here and now if we don't vote on these proposals. At least on the suspension of the bullets that are for board elections. If no one objects from the GA, we would like to suspend the bullets that are that Bartek will list in right now, and to vote on them, on that suspension. Afterwards, you can have as much time as you want for questions for this specific topic, because it's a big topic and we need time for it. Share the which ones? Can share the proposal.
Half a minute break, like half a minute.
Just a second, and after that we take the reply from Zurich. Just 20 seconds.
Not sure which one.
So reply, LC Zurich.
Short reply regarding what are we voting on, because the proposal you just showed was basically 4 bullets, and in my opinion only the last 2 are relevant for the existing of the Congress. And I'd propose to just vote on these 2 and not the other one. Maybe that was what Atanas was trying to say, but that I did not understand.
Technical from secretaries.
Secretary Konstantinos, please, before talking, before speaking, state your name and branch. It is very important for us. Thank you.
Reply from LC Belgrade.
Daria, LC Belgrade. We are fine with first voting, but we think it's a really important topic, so we need extra time for questions and discussion about this. That's all.
Reply from the board.
Yes, there was a technical issue with the slide. The proposal was indeed incorrect and included one not correct bullet. We are voting only on section 11.1.2 bullet 3, section 422 bullet 1, and section 422 bullet 3. So everything regarding elections. And yeah, if we could, we would maybe like to have this vote very quickly before the break so we don't have to make the attendance check, if possible. And then we can take any questions.
Reply from LC Zurich. Also, please remember to state your name and entity before speaking.
Jacob at Zurich. I'd apply to still take the first bullet out because, in my opinion, it needs to be explained separately, and just vote on the last two because these are the ones which are actually relevant for the organization to keep on existing. So just vote on the both suspensions in section 4.2.2.
Reply from the board.
Fair point. We agree with this point. Like if LC Krakow would like to adjust the proposal, then we can proceed with the vote very quickly. Bartek from the board, by the way. Sorry for that.
Thank you. Reply from LC Krakow.
Marcin, LC Krakow. Okay, we will change a bit the proposal. So we are proposing the suspension of ROP section 11.1.2 bullet 3. Okay, only so as it said, only the second and third points given on the presentation. Thank you.
Okay. I think we can proceed with the voting. Scrutinizers, is the vote ready? Technical from scrutinizer.
Kata scrutinizer, we're going to need 2 more minutes to set up the votes. Thank you.
Scrutinizers, can you repeat? We couldn't hear you.
Kata scrutinizer, we're going to need 2 more minutes to set up the votes. Thank you.
Okay. Then to leave time to the scrutinizers to prepare the vote and to also stay with the schedule of LC Zurich, we will call for a break. This is a coffee break. You can leave the room and wait. There is a program for the coffee break. So the coffee break will be dedicated and will be hosted by Irrational Coffee, which is a commission of AMIF that's dedicated to spread the alternative coffee culture. And they will also serve us coffee in the coffee break. Okay. Reply from Irrational Coffee.
Thank you very much. You've already said like half of the things I wanted to say, but that doesn't matter. So hey everyone, my name is Etienne. I'm the president of Irrational Coffee. And what we do is we make coffee and we try to introduce students to specialty coffee and to alternative coffee culture. So that's what we're gonna do today with you. We're gonna have a small coffee stand, pop-up coffee stand in HGD 5.3. I'm sure someone will lead you there afterwards. And we wanted to show you some of the things Zurich has to offer when it comes to coffee. So we've got 5 to 6 different coffees from all around the world, roasted here in Zurich, and they're gonna all taste vastly different. So you might want to look out for taste notes like nectarines or oranges, or maybe chocolate and hazelnut, the whole palette. And yeah, this is pretty much it. Hope to see you there. Hope to hope we get to give you some awesome coffee, and see you in a bit.
Okay, and now there's also a small presentation from another sponsor. We will play a brief video. It's less than 2 minutes, and after that we will take the break. The break was already announced, so we will take the reply from LC Belgrade after the break is over. Okay, then break is on. We will take all the replies after the break. The break should last until 4:45. The OC will give you more information about that. Please be back on time. Thank you. Hello. Hello, thanks for being back on time. Okay. So are you guys all ready to start again? Okay. So we can start where we left off. We have a reply from ELSE Belgrade.
Green and okay. Daria, LC Belgrade. We would like to ask Harvey to not sit at a chairperson position because he's no longer a chairperson.
Okay, reply from the board.
Bartek from the board. So I will to answer that reply. I will present the procedure which was discussed basically for the last 24 hours with the supervisory board. I will also here state that the decision about resignation was taken yesterday. Like, yeah. This is why in general this procedure, like what's happening, might seem a little chaotic, but we would also like to state that it was this decision was at no point hidden from the association. It was literally made yesterday, and we agreed that it is better to announce it in front of the GA than to send an email yesterday and cause a huge confusion in the mailing list. So basically about the procedure, which we discussed with the supervisory board, according to the statutes and the ROP, in general, procedure of resignation is not really defined, but we would like to follow the procedure. We would like to have a vote on dismissal of the chairperson, accepting the resignation. That's because how it is stated in the statutes, the General Assembly can dismiss board at any time under the account of formal reasons. The resignation is a formal reason. So basically, we would like to have this vote, and we would like to propose the decision to be made that the dismissal will be in force starting from after the Autumn Congress, so that until the end of the Autumn Congress, Harvey would still be in office. And then we will propose in the agenda to have chairperson elections, and that decision about electing a new chairperson would go into force starting from the end of the Autumn Congress. So basically, at the end of the Autumn Congress, we will have transition from the current chairperson to the newly elected chairperson.
Then we have a question, SCOC.
Hi, Jelena from SCOC and LC Belgrade. This question is both for Javier and then the current board afterwards. This is a very serious situation and it leaves the entire organization and cascadingly all the local committees in a very unfavorable position and a very uncertain position. So what we would like to know is what steps were taken to prevent this kind of outcome. Thank you.
Reply from the board.
Javier from the board for now. We throughout the work so far, we held several feedback meetings in the bodies, and where we were sharing our concerns and our works. We try to fully acknowledge the how to phrase it properly. We basically acknowledge each other, the progress of each body, and I had constant feedback from my bodies. So what we did was to try to think of ways that actually we addressed several app issues concerning fears or personal approach to EESTEC, to work, etc. And we try to work on that. So, for instance, we really try to focus on delegation. For instance, certain issues I was facing with delegation or personal organization. And I can say that we had several feedback meetings between each other, but unfortunately, they reached a point in where there was no progress on my side being made because personal factors. So we, at the very end, we decided that the best outcome is for me to resign, because we were already facing several several issues, work operational issues that, if not treated now, can severely impact the association in the next months.
Thank you. Any other questions or reply from the board?
Athanas from the board, because the question was, as I remember correctly, also for the board afterwards. So we, of course, try to prevent that situation from happening. From the beginning, we try to be as honest as possible to each other about our work, about our flaws, about the work that we don't do, about the work that we do. We had feedback meetings, as Javi said, and I mean, basically he at least named it the way it was. Like, we had feedback meetings. There was no progress on that side. We delayed more and more work. And it came to this. Well, how it can be prevented in the future? It's difficult. We need to be more open about the whole workload of a board position. We need to be more honest to each other and to ourselves about our capabilities for these positions and our time availability, personal situation, and all other factors. This is the only way this situation can be prevented in the future. By reality check. Sorry. And by us also taking care of each other. Not much to say there, from my side at least. Thank you.
Thank you. Question, SEOC.
As you've mentioned, Yelena from the SEOC, as you've mentioned that the supervisors were informed, we would like to ask the supervisory board what steps they have taken, not only since knowing about this decision, but also prior, to monitor the board, to aid them, and themselves perhaps prevent such an outcome. Thank you.
Reply, supervisory board. Reply.
Simon from Supervisory Board. As part of our work, we have been observing the workflow of the board through the channels that they use. We have been observing the different tasks that were done. However, during this work, we could not directly see any red flags. In the personal meetings, there was never apparent that there is an urgent need to act for the board, and only some days before Autumn Congress, we were told that the situation is very urgent, and we started thinking about solutions. However, then we also were kind of taken by surprise by the decision, but we want to state here that we fully support the board in the work that has to be done now. And yeah, I think that's the most important points. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or replies? If not, we can proceed with the attendance check and voting on the proposal. Okay, let's proceed with attendance check. Okay. Elsie Aachen, please state your name, branch, and say here. Scrutinizers. Okay, Katja, that's fine. Okay, Elsie Aachen is here. Elsie Ankara.
Elsie Ankara Omar is here.
Elsie Athens. Elsie Athens is here. Elsie Aveiro. Elsie Aveiro is here. Elsie Banyaluka. Elsie Banyaluka. Elsie Belgrade. Elsie Belgrade is here. Elsie Bucharest. Elsie Bucharest is here. Elsie Budapest. Elsie Budapest. Elsie Cosenza. Elsie Craiova. Elsie Craiova is here. Elsie Delft. Elsie Delft. Elsie Duisburg. Elsie Duisburg. Elsie is Sarajevo. Elsie is Sarajevo. Elsie is Kishahir. Elsie is Kishahir is here. Elsie Istanbul. Elsie Istanbul is here. Elsie Izmir. Elsie Izmir is here. Elsie Karlsruhe. Elsie Karlsruhe is here. Elsie Krakow. Elsie Krakow is here. Elsie Lille.
Elsie Lille is here.
Elsie Ljubljana. Elsie Ljubljana is here. Elsie Madrid. Elsie Madrid. Elsie Milan. Elsie Milan is here. Elsie Munich. Elsie Munich is here. Elsie Niš. Elsie Niš is here. Elsie Novi Sad. Elsie Novi Sad is here. Elsie Patras. Elsie Patras is here. Elsie Podgorica. Elsie Podgorica is here. Elsie St. Petersburg.
Elsie St. Petersburg, Alex, present.
Elsie Sarajevo.
Tarek from LC Sarajevo, present.
Elsie Skopje.
Ognen Elsie Skopje here.
Elsie Tampere. Elsie Tampere is here. LC Thessaloniki. LC Thessaloniki is here. LC Tirana. LC Tirana. LC Trieste. LC Trieste. LC Tuzla. LC Tuzla is here. LC Xanthi. LC Xanthi is here. LC Zagreb. LC Zagreb is here. LC Zurich. LC Zurich is here. We can proceed with the voting with 29 present. So the voting is available on the platform. Please log in and vote. We will leave you a couple of minutes and then we will close the poll. We have 26 out of 29 votes. 27 now, there's 2 people missing. 2 branches missing. Is anyone having technical issues? There's a vote missing. If there's no technical raised, we will close the poll. Okay, we have 100% of the votes, so we can close the poll, scrutinizers. Okay, we have the results. Let me share my screen. So, with 27 votes in favor, 2 votes abstained, the suspension of the bullet is approved. Okay, so after we have suspended the bullets, we can now vote on the agenda. This is a modified agenda. That will account for the modifications that were made today. Should be able to see the agenda on the screen. Reply from the board.
Bartek from the board. Given current circumstances, we need to propose a new agenda. First of all, we need to include chairperson elections and dismissal. Second of all, we needed to, in the proposed agenda, remove non-essential bullets because we will not have enough time during this Congress to address all of the bullets. We will be short on time anyways, probably, and we are also expecting many more questions regarding the current situation. That will also take time. One more thing to clarify here. Guess we can share the next slides where we have the agenda, the proposed division into days, into GM slots, and I will in the state that the elections we propose to have them on Wednesday, so that it is open for anyone to apply for the board if they desire to do so. I mean, this is the most time we can get because Wednesday is the last day of this Congress. Yeah. Okay. Angelos or Koto, can you show what are the changes from the proposed agenda?
Technical from LC Krakow. Technical.
Marcin, LC Krakow, can you make the screen bigger in order us to see those? Oh, thank you.
Technical from the board.
For some reason, probably because of Zoom, there is one more thing in the end, which is the Joko presentation. If we can change the layout so that people that in this room can see it, it would be nice. The layout of Zoom. To change it to view mode, because in the end, after STM presentation, it has the Joko presentation.
You should all be able to check out the complete schedule on the communication channel. Are there any questions regarding the changes? Reply from the board.
I would also like to explain for the agenda. The yellow bullets on the left side are the ones we add to the new agenda. And on the right, you can see the ones removed from the EESTEC Zurich Autumn Congress agenda that was sent to the CP list. The red ones are the ones removed. And all the green ones are the ones that stay the same.
So if there's no questions, we can proceed with voting on the new modified agenda. Also, if there's no addition to the agenda or so if the scrutinizers are ready with the vote, we can proceed. Perfect. The vote should now be available to all of you. Please log into the voting platform and start voting. Also for this voting, we will provide you with a maximum of 2 minutes. Again, if there is any technical, please raise it. Otherwise, we will not wait additional minutes for you. Two people are missing. Two branches are missing from the voting. Only one branch missing. We have 100% votes, so we can close the poll. We have results. We can share the results of the voting. Since this is open ballot, obviously you can see who voted for the approval. So with 26 vote in favor, 3 votes abstained, the agenda is approved. We can proceed with slide sharing, please. Thank you. Perfect. We can proceed with votings on chairperson dismissal. Before we move to the voting, are there any further questions or further replies? Reply from the board?
Yes, just to repeat what we already shared before, we would like to propose this vote to go as follows. The GA would would decide whether or not dismiss the current chairperson, and that decision would go in force starting from the basically at the end of this autumn Congress.
Okay. We can have 1 minute technical, and then we can resume. In the meanwhile, if you have questions or replies, please use the communication channel. So for clarification, we will show you the proposal that we're going to vote on. Should appear. In the meanwhile, we have question from ACOC.
Yelena from the SEOC. We understand that this wasn't an easy decision, and we're not trying to in any way press further on that. But we wonder why the decision was made to do this at the start of the autumn Congress, where it might create both the agenda issues. We're worried also about the morale issues as well, and the logistical issues of transferring this valuable position in the middle of such a important event for our organization. So why not wait until after the autumn Congress? Thank you.
Reply from the board.
Okay, so Bartek from the board. Basically, this is a legal issue because we need the chairperson as the association to exist. Basically, without chairperson, our statutes and also Swiss law requires us to have a chairperson. Therefore, it would not be able, it wouldn't be able, it wouldn't be possible, sorry, to continue for us to continue existing as the association after the autumn congress without the chairperson. Therefore, like the only possible procedure then would be probably for the supervisory board to call for an emergency GA. The whole procedure would be very difficult, and we are here in the Congress. We are here as the General Assembly for this exact purpose, to tackle the most important issues of our association, to discuss them, and to take the decisions. Also, oh yeah, that's it basically.
Thank you. Question, LC Thessaloniki.
Michael from LC Thessaloniki. Given the fact that your resignation is in a very crucial moment for the association, how are you going to proceed and deal with the handover and informing to your to the next chairperson?
Reply from the board.
Javier, chairperson. Obviously, I intend to devote to the handover. This is an experience for me, and I've been able to gather a lot of experiences on that and a lot of insights. So what I plan to do on the next days after after the dismissal is to properly structure them and provide and make sure that the handover I gave to my successor is the best possible, the best that I can do, basically.
Reply from the board.
VCAA, Konstantinos, reply from the board. I would like to say also that the rest of the board will also make sure that knowledge transfer will happen properly to the next chairperson, and that there will be a continuation of the procedures and proper knowledge transfer so that the work of the board can continue for the following mandates.
Reply from the board.
Atanas from the board. We nearly got all together. What is very important to mention here is that we do not see the likelihood very high to find a suitable candidate this autumn Congress in 3 days. That is why we already discussed inside our board, at least the remaining 4, that we're going to split the responsibilities of chairperson. And one of us is going to step up and take the position formally, while the responsibilities are being split, because we had enough chance and enough time to also learn the responsibilities of the chairperson. As some were neglected and some didn't work as they should have, we had to learn and adapt. So we as a board also had at least partly a decent handover on the responsibilities of the chairperson. That is why we wanted to state that we are also willing to work as 4 to continue. Yes. Thank you.
Reply SCOC.
Yes, thank you for your answer, but have you considered given what you have told us prior to announcing this decision, that it was made because of a lot of feedback, because of a lot of questioning, about the board's work and all the deadlines and everything, do you believe that a board minus one member can do the work of the full board, which was, as you said, problematic at times? Do you really believe that you can dedicate enough time if there's no one found to make up for the lack of a chairperson? And if someone is found, to dedicate enough time and resources to make sure that that person gets the proper knowledge transfer? Thank you.
Thank you, SUC. I'd like to remind you that this was a question, not a reply, and also that you need to state your name and the entity you represent before speaking in order to ensure that the secretaries can work properly. And reply from the board.
Bartek from the board. About the part about working in the board of 4. In the past few weeks, let's say, we were, for the most part, basically working as the board of 4 with additional responsibility of supervising work of the chairperson, which was not done. So we basically had to do work of the chairperson anyways, but on a very short notice, because first we were hoping for it to be done, then we had to take over when it was not done. So we fully believe that we can go forward as a board of 4, and it will be less workload than it was so far. Also, we've basically discussed how we can split the responsibilities already. We had an initial discussion on that, what would be the possibility here.
New topic, best ambassador.
Okay, Mariana, best representative. And I just want to share the regulations and the status of BEST regarding these situations, because it can bring some insight and some ideas about this entire situation overall. So the thing is that a resignation is not, for example, finishing a mandate. Therefore, every time that the resignation occurs, not in BEST, but overall in the world, in the job, it's, in some rough words, it's kind of equivalent as quitting. So, for example, assessing a possible handover does not make sense. It can be given if the person that resigns wants to, but it's not amended. So, for example, a resignation should not be voted upon. The person is saying, I don't want to do this anymore. And not only in a job, the person is not obliged to do it, but especially in a voluntary organization, the person is not obliged to do it. So I would just like to share the status of BEST if, for example, the president resigns, if it's okay. So in the statutes of BEST, it is said that if the president resigns in a general assembly, I mean, it's a decision that was made by the person because no one is obliged to do anything. If the president resigns, another person should be elected. If any international board resigns during GI, which is the equivalent of a Congress, another person should be elected. If the president resigns specifically, not in the equivalent of a Congress, the board should appoint a member from the executive board to take over the positions of the president until the next equivalent to the Congress, where another election should be happening. Like facing this situation, as again, it's a resignation. It's not asking for my job to be approved as finished right now, because that is not possible until what I consider to be your autumn Congress, where you present a report and then people approve the report of the board, if I'm not mistaken. Facing this situation, either one person is elected as GA, or probably you can vote about the board electing a member from the executive to take over the responsibilities and electing someone else in the next Congress equivalent to our general meetings, general assemblies. Was this clear as I'm trying to translate a lot of terms? Okay. Thank you.
Reply from the board.
Advance from the board. Even though this is a more legal reply, it stems from my year as ambassador in BEST. Thank you a lot for the insight, because this is important to know. Main issue here is that we cannot change that part of our statutes in the time that we have, statutes and ROP, for this specific part. This is important to take into account for the next changes of our ROP, for example. To have that option in mind, that this might happen. And to have an easier way out than to suspend half of our ROP and butcher half of our autumn Congress for this specific topic. So thank you, honestly, because this is good insight. Part of it is something we are trying to do, re-elect. And for everything else, we would need to see how it would fit, or how a concept like this would fit into EESTEC, because this is a concept that we apparently might need. Thank you.
Reply from the board. Okay. Are there other questions or replies to this topic? If not, we can proceed with voting on the proposal. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We proceed with the voting on the proposal. Scrutinizers, is the vote ready? Technical from the scrutinizers.
Party scrutinizer, I have a technical, I have a problem. I have no internet.
We can take a 2-minute break to fix the issue. Okay, in the meantime, I would like to clarify that on the platform, the options that are listed are slightly different than the option that you are used to. So the options are in favor, against, and abstain, while on the platform. On the platform, in the meanwhile, we have approve, deny, and abstain. So they are slightly different. Instead of in favor, which is, they are the same thing for us. We will value them as the same. So instead of in favor, you will find approve. Instead of abstain, abstain will stay the same. And instead of against, you will find deny. Okay, so keep that in mind. So the poll is already open. You have usual 2 minutes to vote. Again, for the first day, I will repeat it. If you have any technical issues, please contact us, raise a technical. Otherwise, we will not wait for you to cast your vote. One branch missing.
Aumento
100% of the branches have voted. We can close the poll. Scrutinizers, can we close the poll, please? It should be over. Also, hello to il Porto. Okay, the poll is closed. I will share the results. So with 29 voting LCs, 20 votes in favor, 1 vote abstained, and 0 votes against, the proposal of dismissal of the chairperson is accepted. Next point of the agenda is account contact person report. One minute technical. New topic from the board.
Bartek from the board. So again, to make things clear how it will look like, we voted upon dismissal of the current chairperson, and we have in the agenda chairperson elections, and we suspended bullets of the ROP regarding requirements for applying, like deadline for applying for this position. Therefore, we basically consider it that the applications for the chairperson position open. Anyone can apply with a written application as described in the ROP. If you have any questions, you can either ask them openly or contact us on that. We can help with the formal part. And that's it for the new topic.
Okay, then Bartek, you want to proceed with the ACP report?
Exactly. Bartek, treasurer on behalf of the ACP, because our ACP Ismail asked me to present his report as we are closely cooperating. Are the slides ready? Yes, we have the ACP report. It will be a very short report. Basically, what has happened so far in his mind, what has happened since Spring Congress, since founding meeting. The registration process for the previous mandate board in the account of EESTEC Delft was stopped, and the registration process for a new board to register into EESTEC Delft bank account was initiated. The forms are ready to be signed, and we will proceed with that procedure during our stay in Zurich. They are also sign-up forms for a new bank account for an EESTEC based in Switzerland, for EESTEC Zurich, because we would like to open an account for EESTEC Zurich. This was not done before. It was not done yet. Currently, we are collecting all necessary signatures and minutes of the elections of Spring Congress 2021, because we need them for the bank, like as an official document, and we are checking the legal situation. How will the registration? How is the registration going in Chamber of Commerce in Delft? Also, keep in mind that ACP created this report with like before today's GM, so there will be like the procedure will have to be changed because of change of the chairperson, but we already also discussed that. We can talk, answer those questions if there are any. And basically the current work is focusing on getting access for the new board chairperson and treasurer, so probably at this point mostly treasurer and if possible newly elected chairperson to get the full access to send necessary documents to the bank and get a banking access so we can have full access to the bank account as described in the ROP. And that's it from the ACP. Are there any questions towards this report?
Are there any questions? Then we can close the bullet of ACP report, and we can move on to the bullet of ACP election. Elsie Zurich, do you have a candidate to propose for this position? Reply, Elsie Zurich.
Jacob, Else Zurich. Yes, we have a candidate for ACP position for next year. And basically, Ismail, who has done it for quite a few years now, agreed to do it another year. So Ismail Morgenegg is our candidate for the position of ACP.
Thank you, Elsie Zurich. So to clarify, the candidate for the ACP position for the following year is Ismail from Elsie Zurich, who was also ACP in the past years. Are there any questions? There's no question. We can move on to the voting of this of the account contact person. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We proceed with the votings. Scrutinizers, is the voting ready? So elections for ACP is already active on the platform. You have the usual 2 minutes to vote. We have 1 branch missing. So if anyone is having technical issues with the votings, please raise a technical. Two minutes are gone. Last occasion to raise a technical if you had any issues with the voting platform. I don't see any technical in the chat, so scrutinizers, you can close the poll. Oh, it's 100% now. Perfect, thank you. So let me share the results. With 29 voting branches, we have 29 in favor, 0 against, and 0 abstained. Ismail is elected ACP for the following mandate. Perfect. So since this was the last bullet for the day and we're still on time, so we have a new topic from the board.
Konstantinos Katorians from the board. I would like us to tackle right now Spring Congress minutes that were sent on the CP list the previous days. I want to make clear that in this part of the Congress, we will vote only on the minutes of the founding meeting and on of the minutes that are for EESTEC Delft will be voted on Friday. You have seen the minutes, but before we go to the voting, I would like, oh, you can present. Okay, we would like to present some fails of the auto transcription. You have seen today a lot because you can see also the auto transcription. So, best EESTEC fails are this deck, EESTEC, its deck, this deck, the sticks, stick, East Texas, his tag, its take, Easter, his tag, Easter, a steak, is to keep Eastern's artistic, Aztec, ethic, mystic. Also, of EESTEC, office, tech. Thicker of the year, EESTECer of the year. Stick.net, EESTEC.net. Easter Seaboard, EESTEC board. Bank line of nice to be here. Timeline of the EESTEC year. Also, Javi has said, and after that, I really decided I would devote myself to EESTEC and to apply to chairperson position. Also, there are some Elsie Patras fails. Elsie Patras could be the dress, Elsie Partners, Elsa Parklands, Perches, Barbados. Some other for nothing St. Patrick's, reply from Elsie Patras. We Whistle Butters, why Elsie Patras? Then performance partners, Dimitra from Elsie Patras. Elsie Survivor, Elsie Sarajevo. Super Brat, Elsie Belgrade. Super Great, Elsie Belgrade. I see Scorpio, Elsie Skopje. As a bug rate, Elsie Belgrade. Observers and jailed Cs. Observers and JLCs. President purchase, present branches. And the last one, River Rocks Supervisory Board. Birth candidate, board candidate. I support as a board. Berger, board. I'm poor candidate. I'm a board candidate. Ball elect, board elect. Airport, board. Didn't look good. Constantinos, board candidate. Support Canada, Atanas board candidate. A passport kinder, Atanas board candidate. Egg gallows, Angelus. Italy, its leader. A to Z, ACOC. Cobra times, COVID times. Ours sexually. Ours actually. After that, Energizer. We would like to proceed with the voting of the founding meeting during Spring Congress in May.
So, are there any questions regarding the topic of Spring Congress minutes, specifically of the founding meeting? Therefore, the Spring Congress of Zurich. So if there's no questions, we can proceed with the voting. Scrutinizers, are the votes ready? Okay. So the poll is ready and should be visible. You can start voting. Usual 2 minutes, please. One branch missing. We have everyone, so we can close the poll. Poll is closed. I will share my screen to show the results. So with 29 voting members, we have 29 votes in favor, 0 votes against, and 0 abstained. So the founding meeting minutes of EESTEC Zurich are approved. And we have a reply from the board.
Konstantinos Kotorenis from the board. I hope you liked that part with the minutes. I just would like to thank Elena and Maria who created who finalized the minutes later after the deadline has passed. And I would like to say a big thank you for that for this presentation of auto transcription failures that they have created for us. And yeah, thank you a lot.
So since we're 2 minutes away from the end of today's GM, I would like to leave word to ACOC for their for a small announcement, and then we can go on to dinner. Okay.
Hello, everybody. I would like to give you a short briefing from the